Check, 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 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Can you bring this one up
Morning, everybody. Thank you guys for coming to this morning's summer school board meeting. Carrie, when you are ready, can you please call roll?
Mr. Baden?
Here.
Mrs. Hopkemeyer? Here. Ms. McKnight?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Stom?
I'm here.
If you can all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Moved to item number 2 on our agenda is the Board of Education minutes from last month. Any board member have any questions, comments, concerns of last month's board minutes? If not, I need a motion to approve the minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, we're moving forward with that. My apologies. Approve the minutes first? That's what I thought. All right. So yes, a motion to approve.
I'll move. Approve.
Jeff to approve. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Mike will second. And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hopkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stom?
Yes.
All right, item B on the number 2 of the agenda is the resolution to reinstate position for the Director of Technology. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns on that from the board?
So we probably should bring up the process and what we did,
Sure.
right? So when we, yeah, Kevin, how about you explain that? That you'll do it better than I will.
When the financial plan was developed in order to meet the needs, the financial needs of the district, there was a plan that was made, and in that plan, listening to community and the board, there was the reduction of an administrator. At that time, it was determined to reduce the position of the Director of Technology. And throughout, after that time that had been put into place, we had accepted a resolution to actually do that. It's considered a reduction in force. After that, we have, Dr. Fritz has taken another position in Oregon. And so through being able to move some things around, we believe we're going to hopefully be able to, at this time, not fill the assistant superintendent's position. And by doing that, that would allow us the money to reinstate the position of Director of Technology for a 1-year contract.
Yeah, so when we talked, we discussed the need to reduce administration by 1 position. Next year, administration is actually being reduced by 2 positions before this. So we're still, instead of going from 3 positions, we're just going to be to 2 positions. Correct?
There's also the position at the high school, because of Eric Hughley leaving,
Yeah.
Stephanie Buckenmeyer was moved into that position, and thus that position that Stephanie had at that time is currently unfilled.
Okay.
I think another reason why it's important to bring this position back was because initially we voted and it was that the superintendent would take on a lot of those responsibilities. But with Dr. Fritz leaving, Kevin stepping up as interim, and then not having an assistant, that's a lot. That's a lot on our superintendent's plate. So we just felt like with not having the assistant come back, that made sense to then bring this position back so as not to overwhelm Mr. Herman in that position.
Do you have any other questions, comments, concerns? If not, I think you guys, all 3 of you, did a great job explaining. If not, I need a motion to approve.
Also move.
Shelley, in a second.
I will second.
Mike, a second. And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hopkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stom?
Yes.
And then item C would be the employment of the Director of Technology, which we would continue with Chris. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns on that? If not, I need a motion to approve the hiring of the Director of Technology.
I'll move to approve.
Jeff, do a second.
Second?
Lindsay, second. And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hopkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
All right. That moves us to item 3 on the agenda, which is treasurer's report.
Thank you. First thing on my part of the agenda today is with us is Lori Brody from the Auditor of State's Office. As you're aware, the Treasurer's Office did receive the Auditor of State's Award, so she is here to present that today.
Thank you for having me this morning, and I'm happy to be back as a former parent of 3 Anthony Wayne kids. It's good to be back. I haven't been here in a while. It goes fast. Enjoy it for any of the young parents in the audience. But I am happy to be here for a second reason. Anthony Wayne is not new to receiving the Auditor of State's Award, and that is for your audit that you must get every year for the school. And this is the first time I've come in person. Because sometimes it didn't work out, but mainly because most of my school treasurers never want any recognition. So I'll just start my spiel with that I'm very happy to be able to come and give a treasurer that I've known a very long time some well-deserved recognition. But it is my honor to come today on behalf of State Auditor Keith Faber, who gives out the Ohio Auditor of State Award. And I'd like to take a second to note that puts Anthony Wayne Local School District in a very select group. Our office audits about 6,000 entities every year. We audit not only schools, but pretty much best way to think about it, anybody who spends taxpayer dollars by law must get an audit by your Auditor of State. So think counties, cities, schools, villages, townships. But within that group of the 6,000, fewer than 8% actually are eligible for this award. And what the award means is that you have received what we call a clean audit. And the entity must do quite a few things to achieve this. And while the list is a little lengthy, I like to read it real quick because it helps you understand what you have to do to receive this. The entity must file their financial reports with the Auditor of State within 150 days of your fiscal year end. When you have a clean audit, you can have no findings for recovery, material citations, material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, single audit findings, or any question cost. You also receive a management letter with your audit, and in your letter, you cannot have any comments related to ethics referrals, question costs less than $10,000, a lack of timely report submission, reconciliation issues, failure to actually obtain your timely single audit. You cannot have any findings for recovery less than $100. You cannot have any public meeting or public records infractions. So basically, you cannot have any financial concerns. So you have to do everything right. I think it represents the hard work, though, of a whole school district. Some places I go, they have a much smaller staff at their city or village. And I think with a school, what's tough is you have so many different people doing so many different things. So there's a lot more room for one mistake to be made. And it can just be as simple as money being in the wrong fund, or, but if it's big enough, it's material. So I think it just really goes to show that your employees probably strive every day to achieve accounting excellence. And sometimes they might not even know they're doing it, but they're doing a great job because they are getting everything right when they turn it in each and every day. But I also like to come and say thanks to the superintendent and to the school board members, because you have done an excellent job accounting for every dollar in the school district. But I especially love to come and recognize the treasurer, Carrie Johnson in this case, and her staff, just for doing an outstanding job and having leadership and professionalism and a commitment to fiscal integrity. She's been here quite a while, and ever since I live in the district, she has done a great job keeping track of all of the finances. It's a big job nowadays with the government reporting your finances. So on behalf of Auditor Keith Faber, I want to present Anthony Wayne Local School Districts with this award. You are very welcome. And I always say I look forward to coming back next year. Carrie might let me come in person, so congratulations.
Moving on with the agenda, the first item on the agenda is to approve the May 2024 financial reports as presented. Under item C is to approve the donations as listed, and I would like to highlight the donations that we've received from the Anthony Wayne Boosters. That totals about $54,000. These funds, again, this goes back to the financial recovery plan. When we went through and were making decisions of how we were going to move forward with the financial issues we were facing, one of the things that we did was go through and cut some supplemental positions, which involves our staff and outside staff. And in order to reinstate those, the Anthony Wayne Athletic Boosters have made donations to the school district to help pay for those salaries, for the compensation for those coaches. So that is how we are making that possible. There's so many pieces to the financial recovery plan. Is just the first item on the agenda that Kevin shared with reinstating the technology director. So there's a lot of money and things flowing through here that are having an impact on the financial plan, and this is one of those. So I did want to point that out, and of course, we're very appreciative of those, and as always, all of the donations we receive in the district. Excuse me. Moving on to item D is to approve the final appropriations for fiscal year 23-24. This is an annual resolution, and each month under the financials, you approve the account modifications in the then and now certificates. And what this is this is a final report that I submit, and this is what the auditors use to make sure that each month all those account modifications, all the pluses and minuses add up to what's showing on the final appropriations. So this is for last fiscal year. And so on the appropriations, when the board approves them, you initially approve this resolution in September of 2023. And we made, or I should say I made at the time, you were not on the board yet. So, but I made estimates that I thought is what it would take for the school to operate and what we would spend. Then, of course, throughout the year, we had some reductions that also were part of the financial recovery plan, such as reducing spending on supplies and materials and purchase services by 10% each. So in making some of the changes, and there were some other ones along the way, but in making some of the changes, all of those are reflected. But I estimated it in September that, and then revised it along the year, that we would spend about $63.5 million total funds. But we pretty much focus on the general fund, which is our operating fund. So when we're asking for a levy, we are talking about funds that would affect our operating budget. So that budget was $47.6 million is what we thought it would take to spend. We actually spent $47.4 million. So we came in under budget, a couple $100,000, which is good. It's less than 1% of what our final appropriations were last year. So that is showing that the reductions that we made, you expect the number to be greater, but with the reductions that we made, but the increases we already had built in is pretty good, because we probably would have been looking at an overall increase of probably around 4 to 5% in our appropriations for last year. So. But again, it's a report that just puts all the account modifications. So when I ask you to approve the monthly financials, it's the last thing listed, the account modifications. And it's usually just the sheets that have a bunch of numbers and letters and that you get every month. So, so I ask that you approve that. With that being said, though, I do want to share that the 5-year forecast that we submitted in May that was reflective of all the changes that we have implemented with the 5-year forecast in the financial recovery plan, that we were estimating we would end the year at roughly $1.9 million. And right now, we're about $2,030,000. A couple things that have impacted that are our real estate collections, as I shared when we were going through the 5-year forecast, is that our collection rate has dropped to 91.6%. That is due to delinquencies in the district, and a big share of that, as I shared, is Nexus. We have delinquencies in the district of over $24 million, and $23 million of that is the Nexus pipeline. That continues to be at the level of the Supreme Court, and that could go on and on and on. So we kind of, we know all that. But with that, our overall revenue is actually down more than anticipated. And that's just because we were estimating, like in the appropriations on the revenue side of things, the appropriations are your expenditure. And as I move into the next item to approve the final amended certificate, this is the revenue side of things. So we estimate that we're going to receive $46.6 million in revenue, and we actually received $45.9 million. We had some great things happen. Our interest earnings more than doubled. We'll be over $700,000 in interest earnings for the last fiscal year. The bad thing about that is, and I don't mean this in a bad way, it's not a bad thing, but our food service account is interest bearing, and since the COVID days, the food service fund has grown. We will have to give them, or transfer to the food service fund from the general fund to the food service fund, roughly $280,000. I haven't got the June payment, that's why I'm saying it's estimated. So once I close out the month of June and get our interest for the month of June, that will factor in. That will put the food service fund at just shy of $2 million. There was a time, probably 4 or 5 years ago, that we were not even transferring interest because we had to, and Jeff can attest and Kyle can attest to this, we had to transfer money at the end of the fiscal year because the food service fund was negative. So it's just the dynamics of how things work. That's another reason why it's good to have the cash balance that we continue to strive for. It's just very challenging right now.
Some of that money is going to be, I shouldn't say it's going to be. I had recommended that some of that money be used, and we had had discussions this spring with food service and operations department, because there's plenty of stuff that is starting to reach age of life within food service. You're talking about ovens and freezers and those types of things, and that money is there so that it can be used for that replacement as well. And there's some other things that we've had discussions about that may reduce that balance in there. You're already paying for your personnel through that fund. It's not like we can take that money and then hire some teachers with it, right? You can't do that. But I had suggested some things, and I know they're going to be looking into those moving forward. But it's a good opportunity to take some of those funds and use it to replenish, as we, in the next 5 years or so, as like I said, some of those things are getting to age of life.
And Megan does have an inventory of that, and we just need to revisit that and look and start spending down those funds. So the food service fund is self-supporting. It's like our athletic fund, it's self-supporting. But that is a fund that the general fund can transfer money to, because you can't end any fund in the red as of June 30th. So,
And the cost of a lunch is federally controlled, so It's not something where we can just say, oh, we're gonna have free lunches, you know, for everybody. You have to have within a certain range, which is, we're talking, you know, cents, so.
But the final amended certificate is also part of the account modifications each month. Sometimes we have to, you know, if we receive additional grant funds, later in the school year, you know, they'll make adjustments usually between February and March. This year it didn't happen until May, but I would add an increase on that bottom of the sheet where the revenue and or the revenue increases will increase, or there's decreases at times too. So the final amended certificate, again, is a report that summarizes all those that should match when the auditors come in and audit all those plus and minuses that you approve each month. Temporary appropriations is the next item. The temporary appropriations are 30% of the appropriations that I just asked that you approve. So I take the final numbers in each fund and just multiply it times 30%. What this does is this allows us to start operating July 1. We have payrolls that start, we have utility bills due, you know, all the fun stuff. But then in September, I will come to you and ask that you approve the permanent appropriation resolution for the year. And that is everything, you know, and it's much more detail. It'll be that big one for 60-some million. Or actually, it'll be a little bit less than that, because next year we have to implement some of the things that are still in the financial recovery plan. So, but in September is when that comes. So this is just allowing us to start the fiscal year. So these three items are normal annual resolutions that are part of the treasurer's life that cause great stress at the end of the year, and but they're just an annual resolution. They're nothing, you'll see these again next year at this June meeting, and that's another reason why we have the meeting when we do. It's late in the month, so I can get all this done and prepare this. So basically, you know, what throws anything in the red right now is gonna have to wait till July 1 to be processed, so. We hope nothing happens, no storms, all that good stuff, so. Moving on, under item G, I ask that you approve the property, fleet, and liability insurance. As with every insurance, it seems for almost everybody, the property, fleet, and liability insurance is up $22,748 over last year. It went out to 4 people. It was quoted. We did receive quotes. 2 did not bid, and then of the 2 that we submitted, it's staying with our current provider, Ohio School Plan. But the cost is up $22,748 over last year. On a positive note, our cyber insurance is actually down $500, so we'll take it. Next item on the agenda is to approve a scholarship fund from the American Red Cross for $750. This has been done over the years through the Red Cross and the actual student direct. Now they have sent those funds to the school and asked that we distribute those to the university and the students. So that will take place as the other scholarships that we do through our guidance at the high school. Under item I, this is a memorandum of understanding with the Anthony Wayne Education Foundation, and this is due to House Bill 33. There is a science of reading curriculum that requires all teachers to participate in this, and there's 2 pathways or payment structures. So rather than in the the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce. Oh yeah, that too. They have already sent these funds to the district, so they are paying for this. This is not money that we will pay. They are paying for this. So, but instead of listing every staff member and then worry about forgetting something or bring someone new in that needs reimbursement, I mean, we're still collecting all the paperwork. I'm working with Jim Connors, who's basically handling all the paperwork, certifying that they turn in their certificate, and he marks you know, what pathway they had to take, so we know what reimbursement, they either get 1,200 or 400. This will allow us to pay everyone, and that way no one will be left out as part of the union, that those are required to take it. So, we just thought that this was a simple, clear, concise way to do it, without having any issues that could later affect my audit.
I'll also add too, you know, with this, they're not doing this during their paid time
Right.
through the district. They're doing this outside of that time, so whether it's a summer or after school, once they complete it, they have to submit the time slip to Mr. Connor, and then obviously there's a process that they go through to get that payment. This just allows us to expedite this in an efficient manner. And by the way, administrators don't get paid to do the same training. They left us out on that. So.
And obviously not the treasurer.
Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is to approve a membership renewal. This is with the Alliance for High Quality Education. This would be for July 1, 24 through June 30th of 25 at a cost of $4,000. This cost has not increased.
No, it's the same.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even tell you, it just stays the same. This group is these are lobbyists of a lot of superintendent and treasurers that help make sure that the funding is fair and equitable, which we might not always think funding is fair and equitable, but at the end of the day, when looking at the overall picture of all districts. And we have been a part of this.
For my time.
Yeah, and I think we did take a couple years off, and I'm not exactly sure what the reason was. And I know they had some change in structure, but we can do more than numbers than we can on our own. And so that's one of the reasons that we feel that this is a valuable membership. We don't do too many memberships other than like BASA. And the next one, I'm asking you to approve another one. That's a co-op purchasing opportunity that we have. But it is one that we feel is valuable to the school. They have a large membership, and they host a luncheon at the Capitol Conference, and it is jam-packed, so.
I would say about the Alliance, I serve on their legislative committee. You know, it's very valuable because the lobbyists for the Alliance, as well as their executive director and others, are very well connected to legislators in the State House. They advocate for similar districts like us, which are mostly suburban districts, high wealth districts like us. And it's primarily financially, but then there's also other issues that we have similar interests, and they will advocate for us as well. And they do an effective job. They have, I'll call it the ear of many legislators that even BASA and OASBO and others don't have, because of the reputation of these individuals who represent the Alliance. So I would recommend it. I think it'd be very valuable for Mr. Herman to be involved in the legislative committee, as well as having them represent the district on these issues.
Do you, like, have you seen, like, in recent years, like, actual benefits that have happened? Like, oh, this directly affected our school district. Have you seen anything like that? Mainly because obviously we're struggling right now because we have to have a levy. So I'm like, hey, get with the program with whatever you're doing because we're struggling over here. So, I mean, what have been some benefits maybe within the last 5 years that we've seen, our district has seen from being a member of that, of
You
this
get to
group?
go back to individual bills and show, you know, how they've influenced those conversations. You know, it's been a lot about funding over the years. but then there's other bills that are specific, especially within local report card bills and things like that where, academically, like value added, right? Where we have very high achieving students, the value added measures from the past really hampered our value added scores. And so with the recent changes, I don't know exactly when that was, they advocated for some changes to that formula that allowed us to actually see a better score on the value added piece. So I'd have to go back and, go through some of those old bills to do that. But that's the kind of work that they would do legislatively through that work.
And also on the school funding piece, they've played a big part in that because a district like Anthony Wayne with the high wealth, we are on what they call the guarantee. And if that wasn't advocated for to keep us at least at that level, we could see a loss of funding. And so we've at least been made whole to where we haven't seen those losses, but we don't see the increases that other districts see. But with our valuation in high wealth in the community, a lot of people look at that as the taxpayers can afford to support that district. So I feel that they're beneficial to the district as far as being that voice. To look and see what they've done for Anthony Wayne personally or individually, I don't think we stand individually. We stand with the group of suburban schools that are, with us. I think there's maybe 50-some districts like us that are kind of, looking at uniting to maybe form even another form of group to help those that are stuck on the guarantee and not having, any financial growth, so that's kind of just,
It's a spin-off of that.
yeah. So, again, but they're just a great support and an advocate for school funding and other school issues, so.
I do have a question on this alliance. How are the members selected? How many are involved in this?
So I don't have the exact number of districts. Like I said earlier, they're going to be mostly suburban districts that are involved in it. So it's like Carrie is saying, it's somewhere over 50 districts across the state. So locally you have Perrysburg, Ottawa Hills, Sylvania are involved in it. And then when you start to branch out, right, you have some suburban schools in the Cleveland area, Cincinnati area, like Mason and
Columbus.
Loveland was one of them. And then you have the Columbus School Districts, Hilliard's, Dublin's, that are similar to us as far as high wealth districts, have similar demographics and so forth that on specific issues they're just trying to advocate for us on those items.
I meant more the people that are actually in the alliance that work for this, like a committee, like a group. Are they educators? Do they come from a diverse group?
Yeah, so the executive director is a former superintendent, former school administrator,
Okay.
teacher, and so forth. I'll call it the sidekick person is a former superintendent, very well-known person in advocating at the legislative level, Jim Betts. And, he's very well connected to the legislature down there. So is Tony Pajoli, who's the executive director. So ultimately, I think it's a value to the district, but that's up to the board.
And they have
to
a
decide.
board, they have a board also that,
They do not have a board for the organization.
oh,
It's just the executive director and this other person, plus they're the advocate, legislative advocate.
So when taxpayers come to us and say, what are you guys doing to influence the people in Columbus on getting Anthony Wayne a little bit more money per student? this would be one of the things that we could talk about, right? Okay. I'd be interested in being updated throughout the year on what they're doing and how we can bring that back to the taxpayers and say,
Yeah,
this is how we're supporting you guys.
Yeah, they have a
as much
monthly
as possible.
meeting, and we can share those minutes.
Okay.
So you can see what's discussed. They go through the House bills, and,
Yeah.
that can easily be provided.
Thank you.
Any more questions on that? Okay. The next membership is through the Ohio Schools Council. This is $944.12 for July 1 of '24 through June 30th of '25. And this is for cooperative purchasing in the district. So they have many services, but that's one of the things that we use through there in particular, so.
Purchasing material items. We work with them also, I believe, on our electrical purchase in the group that, where we are able to get a lot cheaper rate on our per, is it kilowatt or whatever it is, expense, through them. And then there's times where they have a service that they've pooled together that we may be a single use, that we can use them for that. And so we're saving more than what we're spending by far on this.
And they do some pool purchasing, like,
Electric.
they'll do order buses where we could participate in bidding buses or, vans, different things like that. So, some things we participate in, some things we don't, but this allows us that opportunity. So. And then the last item I have is the resolution of necessity to levy the additional tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation on the election held November 5th, 2024. So the board approved at the May regular meeting the resolution of necessity, or this is a resolution to proceed, but the resolution of necessity, which allows me to send it to the county auditor. I send the resolution to the county auditor, they then calculate the tax. This one was easy because there's no change from our November. It's to 2.42 mils to generate $3.3 million for the district. The first and second resolution, along with the auditor certification, is due to the Board of Elections by August 7th. I would not wait till then. This would be done probably the first week or the second week of July, July 8th. I wouldn't do it next week just with the holiday. And then at that time, the levy would be placed on the November ballot. The rate will be less, but they can't certify that. But with the revaluation this year for Lucas County, that won't take effect till January 1. And those rates aren't set yet. That's currently in process, so they can only certify the current. So as we've talked before, as values go up, millage goes down. So if our real estate values go up through the reappraisal, the millage will drop. So for instance, the levy that was passed in 2003 for 4.85 mils that collects $3 million is now collecting at 2.55 mils. So it still collects the same amount of money, it's just the millage goes down. So this is another part of the financial recovery plan. We are still working off that as we work through our financial struggles. So this again would generate $3.3 million for 5 years. And the millage that would be voted on is 2.42 mils. Another thing is just a reminder, in January of 2025, we have roughly 0.8 mils of a bond levy rolling off that we will have paid off, so that will be rolling off at that time as well. So all of this, though I share, is the same information from the last levy. that was in March that we were unsuccessful with.
So the verbiage on the ballot will be the 2.42. That's what it'll have to be, but it's
Yes.
gonna be less
Yes,
effectively, so.
January 1.
So the same study, the same scenario chart will be the same per household,
Yes.
all that we had last time? basically,
yes. Yes, the committee would be operating on the same message. You know, and once we get through the fiscal year, which obviously ends June 30th, and we start implementing some of those changes that are still in place for next year, you know, this number still is included in our recovery plan, so. Unfortunately, we haven't had any success with Nexus, as you know. And I don't know if we will. It's like it doesn't even exist. It's just, you know, it keeps me up at night, but it's one of many things, I suppose.
There is a coalition of people that, there's a group, I mean, that are advocating for that
Yes.
too, for the schools too, but.
Yes, we are, and I just talked to Katie Johnson, who is the executive director for OASBO, and because I feel sometimes that this affects fewer districts. And so the Rover, if you remember I shared earlier, the Rover pipeline reached the same settlement with the tax commissioner just this past year that we did back in the summer or September of 2020, or the summer of 2022. But the Lorraine County Auditor filed an appeal. They, to this day, and I think they, gosh, was it June or July? It may have passed, but if there's no appeal, they get their agreement and settlement, and those districts start receiving their money. And we have an appeal from one auditor, and the state's still trying to decide, the Supreme Court is still trying to decide if that auditor had the right to appeal. And it's just, it's very frustrating, and I just don't want us to fall off the radar on that as far as, you know, I mean, you do hear school districts and, you know, people around the state and legislators thinking that schools have, you know, all this money and these high cash balances, and it's like, no, that's not the case for everybody. So, you know, we've had things that affected our revenue more so than our expenses, unfortunately. So we just have to keep moving forward.
So with that, do we have any more questions for Carrie? Any comments, questions, concerns? If not, I'd need a motion to approve, all in one motion.
I just want to do personally, like, a little bit more research on the Alliance membership.
Okay.
Could we just pull that one out? Like, I think it's item J. I like what you asked about just getting an update. I think I'd like to read those, like, just see what they've accomplished before voting on that one, on J.
Okay. Well, you'll,
So
I need,
to take a
let's see
motion
here.
to remove something from the agenda. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
That one starts July 1st, so we'd have to have you have to renew it by,
we just wouldn't renew
or,
it
yeah.
till it's board approved, or we would just
Just
not.
vote on it separately. Can we just vote on it separately?
You want to vote on it separate or
Yeah,
table
just,
it?
I'm sorry, maybe I said that wrong.
Okay, okay.
Just me personally before I vote on it.
Yeah.
You can make a motion to approve
Motion
all
to
except
amend
that
the
one.
agenda.
Yeah, make a
Vote
motion.
on that, and then
Right.
a motion to do that one.
I need some paper. Oh. Shoot. Thanks. I just need some paper. Oh, goodness. Okay, so. Okay, so we are going to vote on. So Lindsay, is there a second to amend the agenda?
I'll second it.
Just so I'm clear, do you want to vote on that separate, or do you want to not vote on it at all
No,
and
just vote
revisit it?
separate.
Okay.
Just vote separate,
okay.
it's fine.
We can just
Okay,
make
then,
two
so you're-
motions then, right?
Yeah, so you're gonna vote on items A,
Through I.
yeah, A through I,
Yep, and K and L.
yep, K and L, and then we'll vote on item
J.
J. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were basically tabling that and pulling it off the agenda. Okay. Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, and motion for that has been motioned and seconded, and when you're ready, can you call roll?
We don't think it is.
So you're
Wait,
voting on,
wait, for the items A through I, right?
We're just gonna change
To
the-
amend?
We're just gonna change the vote, so instead of one vote right now, we're gonna have two. Instead of voting on items, A through L, we're going to do A through I items.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got you now. I thought we needed to vote to
I
change.
did, I thought we were
Okay,
changing
we're
and
good.
pulling that from,
Okay.
we're just voting on that separately.
Gotcha. All right. do
That's
have-
why I re-questioned, I wasn't.
Yep, I got you. All right, we're on the same page now. All right, do I have a motion for A
And it was
through
to
I,
amend
K,
the
and L?
agenda, but we're not amending the vote, we're
I'll
changing the
move.
vote. So we don't need to, we're not amending it, we're just changing the vote.
Yep,
Okay.
and Shelley has made a motion to accept A through I and K and L. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lindsay seconds. And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hopkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes,
Mr. Miller?
Yes,
Mr. Stom?
Yes.
Okay.
and then do I have a motion to approve item J?
I'll move to approve, Jay.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Carrie, when you are ready.
Well, just quick discussion point. I just, in my tenure, I've attended the Alliance meetings too and seen the notes, and I think it's a valuable piece that provides a value to the district as well. So just in my history from what I've seen and what they do to support us as a district in the commemoration, that some of the speakers they bring in from the legislation over the years too, really, they do a question and answer at the district, at the annual thing. It's just really, it's very informative to tell us what's going on and what they advocate for us. So I think it's a valuable piece of legislation, so.
Perfect.
And are they at the Ohio School Board Association, you said?
Yeah.
And we usually go to that
Yep.
every year, so I would love to sit in on that and just learn a little bit more.
Yep.
I'm not opposed to it, just think I'd like to, and I know that $4,000 in the grand scheme of it seems like a drop in the bucket, but I just never want to get in the habit of like, oh, it's just 4,000, and then that adds up over time, $4,000 does. So, yeah, I have a feeling it's great, but I just want to do a little bit more research.
And then Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hopkemeyer?
No,
Ms. McKnight?
yes,
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stom?
Yes.
All right, with that, we'll move on to item 4 of Superintendent's Education Report.
thank you. Maybe something a little bit lighter. First item is just to highlight the graduation accomplishments and data from our graduating class of 2024. I want to thank Rebecca for putting together what I had shared with you, and we'll put all this on the website. She did a great job of taking the information from the counselor's office at the high school, and I also appreciate them and what they've done to put this information together, because they got to constantly get on the kids about filling out the survey that they have and so forth, and providing this information to us. And some of the, so you know too, some of the scholarship information is a little bit delayed because of the FAFSA and all the federal issues that they had with that. But, you know, one of the trends I see a little bit that, you know, over the years we've looked at this data, is we're seeing more students go right directly into employment than off to some other experience. The enlistment's about the same, undecided, that's about the same as well. You're starting to hear the terminology of gap year, and you know, there's a program now through Lords and another organization where students can do a gap year where they actually go and live on the Lord's campus, and they set up internships for them monthly, and they go through some experiences based on their interest. And I think you're going to probably see more and more of that develop, so that kids who are not sure exactly what they want to do, whether they wanted to go to college or whether they wanted to go into employment or do something else, they get that time to do that. So, but yeah, it's interesting to see a little bit more into the employment area than just going right off into college. And then we'll have some more information, a little bit more detail that on the website in regards to, you start to look at some of the colleges that they're going to for the first time. You know, it's usually UT and BG, and they kind of flip-flop from year to year. But this year, interesting enough, it's Bowling Green first, Ohio State second, which is, I think in my 14 years, not happened. You know, so it's just an interesting piece, and I know UT's struggling a little bit right now in a variety of ways, especially with enrollment. So we'll see where that goes. But definitely, you know, a lot of different and unique universities that they're going to, and you know, I was happy to see we've got a few more students going into education, not many, but a few more. So that's always good to see. But typically, you know, our kids are going off when they go to colleges, they're going into engineering, they're going into business, and some kind of medical field. Typically, it's nursing is the most popular major for all of our students. So, but yeah, just to highlight some of that information so you can see it. Like I said, we'll be placing that on the website, and so for our community to see. I had one parent ask me about it that's had a graduating student, and just wanted to see some of the universities and so forth that the kids are going to. So we're excited about that, and it's a testament, all the success that this class had to the whole K through 12, pre-K through 12 experience, and all the staff that were involved in that, including the Board of Education during that time. The next item at your desk, I placed just a memo, and I just want to share, you know, as I exit and go on to a different position, some things that I want to make sure that are on your radar as far as building and maintenance and operations items. First and foremost, you know, we had a plan with the bond issue that did not pass to take care of many of these issues, but we've been working on looking at where we're at, where we need to go in a variety of areas within the area of operations and maintenance and so forth. The first and foremost, we have roofs that are going to need to either be replaced and or there's an opportunity for some of the roofs based on the roof structures and so forth to put an overlap over them and do it that way. Some of them are reaching their end of life, and you know, when we say end of life, you know, it could be 10 years, it could be 20 years. It just depends on the type of roof structure and the material and so forth. Neil and the operations department have put together a spreadsheet of all of that. So my suggestion is that, you know, the board and Kevin and others and through operations department would meet and discuss what can be done. Because we've been allocating permanent improvement funds and abatement funds to do this work, and some of the other work that I'll mention too, because it's important, because we can't just say, well, the bond issue didn't pass, we're not going to do anything with these things, because once a roof leaks, it leaks, right? And it needs to be taken care of. So the money is there, It's just a matter of moving it forward. And there's going to have, because of the project sizes and so forth, you're going to have to go through a selection of an architect and do that work, and then design, and then bid, and then, you know, this work's going to be done when you don't have kids in the building, so it's next summer, which was the plan anyway. Some of it to start, because you're going to probably want to do a couple of phases because of the amount of money that it'll cost for these roof systems, plus the other things we're going to mention. Boilers, chiller systems, and univents, you know that with our issues with heating at the high school this year and replacing that, and then we've got some things going on at Waterville that we're looking into. We have the Univent project going on right now. They're ongoing, right? And so it's the same thing. We're continuing to monitor those things and replacing them as needed moving forward. High school auditorium, you know, it originally built in the 90s. The current lighting and sound systems are original. We've been having issues with that. Chris can tell you that. Neil can tell you that, because they've been working on this, you know, working with some contractors to get some ideas on what total costs will be. It's significant. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in both systems to replace them. And because of the age, you're not buying replacement parts anymore. It's a matter of total replacement. And so that will have to be bid out, and whether you do that together or individually, that's something that will need to be moved forward. The track. You know, the track has been patched and has not been replaced in my time here, and is original, and it needs to be totally replaced. And so, in doing so, one of the ideas that we had at the time, when this discussion started to take place a couple of years ago, was the idea when we replaced the tennis courts, we moved them actually closer to the football field, with the idea that you know, the track would be kind of pushed like this on each end, so that it would be bigger in the middle. Now, there's room to do that, and the reason for that is to create more space on each side of the current grassed field, because you have soccer and lacrosse playing there, who, when they go out of bounds, right, they're going onto the track. If you've ever been to a soccer game and saw a kid throw the ball, you know, they're on the track typically doing that. It's not safe. It's not good for cleats. It's not good for the track. It's not, you know, there's potential for slipping and so forth. So to create more of a safety area, you know, you can do that and push that together. Yes, it will cost more, but in my opinion, it's a safety issue that should be addressed. Ultimately, though, that's going to be through, you know, the board and working with that and design and what that looks like versus just replacing it. And my suggestion would be is that, you know, that's something that's looked into this next school year, because it's ultimately, it needs to be replaced. Because the patches, you know, we keep patching and patching and patching, and still just more issues developing with it. So it's something to look at. And then you are aware that we've had some gas tank issues at transportation, with water getting into that and so forth. I think that's going to be an ongoing trying to deal with that, but you know, it may lead into removal of those tanks and going to tanks that are above ground, that are on the property. So there's going to be some costs associated with that. So ultimately, like I mentioned, there's permanent improvement money, there's abatement money that we've been trying to allocate, pool together to get these types of projects done in our deferred maintenance. We call it deferred, really it's called that because these are just things that are ongoing, that we work with operations department as administrators to make sure that we know when things need to be replaced and how does that get done and so forth. And with the significance of these types of projects, you know, you talk about millions of dollars, you know, and so that money has been set aside to do these things, so it's now time to get those things moving forward. It's separate from operational funds. You can't take permanent improvement funds and put them into operational funds. You can take operational funds and put it into permanent improvement, but you can't take that money and put it in the operational fund. So my suggestion is that the board work with Mr. Herman and the operations department and others, depending on the projects, to move these things forward. Okay. Any questions on that piece?
Yeah, for your final, for the gas tanks and transportation department, things like that, we have other entities that use our fuel,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah,
Is that
the-
something we can look into to get some assistance of if we're replacing this?
Yeah, ultimately, the Village of White House, you know, through fire department, police department, that could be a conversation with the village administration.
Yeah, I think
On
that'd be
that as
very
well.
important to
Yeah.
have.
Yep.
Other than that, I have nothing to anybody else.
Was it, whatever came out with the water and the gas, did we ever find out how the water got into the gas?
Well, that's still an enigma. You know, there's some thoughts that different companies had. Was there, you know, obviously if there's a leak, we would be losing gas. There's not a leak. And so, you know, we looked at, because when you look at, you know, you go to a gas station, right? You see where they're putting the gas in. You've got those circular metal devices that sit on top, and then there's a, you know, there's a catch basin and so forth for stuff that could go in there. And so we're wondering, is that water getting in from the top, you know, and then or because gas is not what it used to be, right? It contains more ethanol and other items that can grow algae, because that's really what our main issue is that the water gets in there, does it create algae and all of those types of things. And so, you know, Neil has been working with 2 different companies trying to figure this out. Where is that water coming from? We thought we had it resolved. We actually went through and, you know, drained some of the gas out of there, cleaned it. When we say cleaned it, tried to take out the algae that was growing in it. Added additives, you know, to the gas, and then put filters on the gas tank when the gas is coming out and going through into the vehicles. Added another filter, which was taking out the majority of the algae that was even coming out of there. We thought that was all good until recently we discovered that one of the tanks had a little bit more algae in it than we like. So that's why I put it on there, is that it's one of those things where we thought we had it taken care of with these 2 companies, and now it's becoming an issue. And we had Matt, Dick and I had a conversation at one point of, because of the age of the tank, you know, underground tanks, maybe it was time to go to an above ground tank, because you're not going to have those issues. I mean, you might have other issues with above ground tanks, but you're not going to have those issues. Anything else on those items? Okay. Item B, overnight trips. The cheerleaders are going for their summer camp to Ohio Northern University, as described. Educational agreements. This is an agreement that we already had. It's an addendum. It actually, what it does is it allows us to set a price for those services, which is actually cheaper than what we've been dealing with other organizations. And these are services that are specific to individual kids who have needs based on their medical conditions that we're required by law to provide to them. Item D, graduation approval. We have 1 student who has met the requirements at this time. And so I'd ask that you approve A through D at this time, unless you have questions.
You said 1 student?
Yes.
It looks like there's
Sorry.
2.
Will.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 on there, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
We have any questions, comments, concerns? If not, I need a motion to approve.
I'll motion to approve.
Lindsay approves. And a second?
I'll second.
Shelley seconds, and Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hapkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes,
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stom?
Yes.
Item 5, superintendent's personnel recommendation.
Thank you. Our personnel department and Mr. Herman have been busy making sure that they're working with the administrators to finalize preparations for this next school year. And so as we do that, we obviously we receive resignations, but we also have employment items on the agenda. So item A are resignations and retirements. As you know, Teresa is going to be taking over as Director of Transportation effective August 1st, as well as Kim Powers will be taking over Teresa's position. So you see those resignations on there. Item B, employment, and so you see those individuals being added as in their positions at this time, as well as we did send you information on the teachers that are being hired at this time from the personnel department and obviously from the administrative staff. Item C are classified contracts, and by the way, I believe that the new staff will be here in August, correct? For you to meet and so forth. And after that, then they have their orientation program here in the building. Perfect. Item C are classified contracts for those two individuals listed. Item D, substitute employees as listed. There are a couple people for the summer that are on there. And then most of that's for next year. And you have item E are volunteers listed. F are supplemental contracts. And G are limited supplemental contracts for next year. So that I would ask you to approve A through G in one motion unless you have questions at this time.
How are we doing on bus drivers?
Right now, I believe we have all the bus driver positions from last year filled at this time. The issue becomes is, that's less than what we had in the past, but, the transportation department is going through routing right now. And in August, what we've been asked to do is approve those routes, because ultimately they have to go through every student and route them and make sure that they're on the schedule and through the routing.
And after they're routed, then they'll have a bid day where the highest senior bus driver gets to go in and gets like first choice, and they go in and they select then the routes that they have.
Per the contract.
And so, and hopefully, we're hoping that that will be.
Yeah. And ultimately, we have the same amount right now. It's just a matter of we're continuously looking, especially with substitute bus drivers, because ultimately people are going to have to miss work for a variety of reasons, as well as people who can help us out with athletic trips, because that's always an issue, or field trips as they take place. So throughout the day. So that's a concern right now. Yep.
Dr. Fritz, are all the teaching positions filled?
I believe so right now, and that's one of the things I would mention at the end is, normally we have July board meeting set aside in case we need to have personnel items. If we don't, we typically don't have that meeting. At this point, it's been shared with me that we do not have a need to have that July meeting unless we were to get some kind of crazy thing happen in the next, 2 weeks before that July meeting, because teachers, certified staff do have until July 10th to submit their letter of resignation per Ohio Department of Education and Educational Workforce. So there's that piece too. We're not expecting any of that, but there have been times where all of a sudden somebody makes that decision at that time. But at this time, we haven't had any of that happen.
And those teachers know what position they are in, what classroom they will be in? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I liked the notes that we had for hiring. That was really helpful and just neat. It was just nice to see like who also, Brad, I'm sure you had a part in that. So thank you. I really enjoyed reading just how many people were interested, why the ones that were chosen. Like I think the building administrators gave a little reason as to why they chose. And yeah, it just helped us, I feel like, make a more informed vote having that. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? If not, I need a motion to approve.
Oh, so move.
Shelley moves. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Jeff seconds. And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Happemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes,
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stem?
Yes.
All right. Moves to item 6 of board comments. I know, Mike, you had stated you had some comments for.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring up that we've been actively talking about a couple things that have been brought up by members of the community. Kyle and I had a meeting with Dr. Fritz and Mr. Herman about student behavior issues and things that we're hearing that we want to just make sure that the community feels confident that the school is handling in the right way. So how we can put information out to the community about what is actively happening in the schools. And then a couple specific topics of cell phone usage, which is coming up with some stuff that's happening in the State House, and also dress code and what we can do as a board to support the administration and the schools to make sure that we can follow the dress code. We have a dress code that makes sense, and then also what's being done to follow the dress code. So that's what we got.
Thank you, Mike. Any other comments? All right, if not, we'll move on to the recognition of visitors portion. We have 3, and I'll go in order that we received. So the first one up, if we have the time as well.
Yeah, Chris, is Mike ready to go? Is that Mike ready to go? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah? All right. First one up will be Debbie Jacoby.
Well, first, I'd like to thank Dr. Fritz for everything he's done for our district and wish him the best. Oregon's gain is our loss. Whether you agreed with all the decisions made by Dr. Fritz and the school board, COVID and bathroom issues, the majority of the employees believed the decisions that were made were based upon government mandates and what was best for both the students and the staff. What is the current school board doing to educate the community that just because they want or demand something doesn't mean that it can be legally implemented? I've worked for Anthony Wayne I worked 25 years in the private sector, making a decent wage before becoming a paraprofessional, and I have been in the district for 22 years. I started out making $8 an hour. We're not here for the money. I've worked every building in the district and gotten to know many employees, and with my volunteer efforts, I know many people in the community. Many of my work friends and community members have recently shared with me that they're kind of having buyer's remorse with some of our school board members. Not only has this past year been a challenging year with the failed levies, but it's also brought out a lot of negativity. During the school board election, it was said that few employees were happy to work with Anthony Wayne or felt that they could come to administration with concerns for fear of retaliation. This was far from the truth. Many more staff members fear now speaking out because of the new school board and their unknown personal agendas. Since the new school board has been in place, many staff are faced with the uncertainty of their jobs. Many are contemplating jumping ship. Some are going to lose their jobs due to our financial issues. Most of these are amazing workers who go above and beyond what is expected of them, and we will be left with less dedicated and passionate employees. Who loses out? The children. I had a spot in here about, in this day and age of technology, one would ask, why would the technology director's job be eliminated? Well, that was discussed earlier, so I'm not going to go into my spiel on that. Eliminating the positions of vital staff members does not make sense to me. Who loses out? Again, the children. Upon the failure of the school levies, we've heard that God will provide and to have faith. Well, that's well and good. As a person of faith, just praying is not enough. I had 9 miscarriages in 13 years. I prayed. I prayed for a child, but praying alone was not going to get me a baby. My husband and I had to be willing to participate, if you know what I mean. So I ask, what is the school board doing to help get the word out to the community that the money is not mismanaged? People are not overpaid, but there's no money to do the necessary things. Schools operate to provide a service. We need to hire staff, keep staff employed. Who loses out? The children. So I asked the school board members, what have you done since taking office to make the community aware of the need for the passage of the levy? How many of you can say that you spent as much time informing the residents of the community of the need for the past levies and this levy as you did campaigning for your seat on the school board? I know that many of the employees are exhausted from campaigning and getting the word out to community members. There's a divide in this community since the last school board election. I'm asking each and every one of you, what have you done or what are you going to do to bring our community back together and make Anthony Wayne great again?
Thank you. All right, we'll go to our second person. It'll be Dr. Roy Calico. Did I say it right? I know I butchered it last time.
No, it's
Perfect.
fine.
All right.
Yeah, it's Colosso, but
Colosso, I am so sorry.
It doesn't matter.
I did
It's
it
okay.
again.
It's okay. Good morning. My name is Roy Colosso, and I'm the parent of a student in the Anthony Wayne School District. I would like to begin by thanking Superintendent Dr. Fritz, Assistant Superintendent Herman, the current school board members, and the district's faculty and staff for all your time and efforts on behalf of our students. Excuse me. Congratulations to Anthony Wayne's treasurer, Carrie Johnson, and her team for once again receiving the Auditor of States Award for a commitment to accounting excellence. Last year, the Anthony Wayne School Board rejected a newly proposed bathroom policy. Some area residents publicly, and apparently local and state politicians privately, pressured the board to reject the policy because they claimed it was politically motivated, divisive, indoctrinating, and distracting from the school's basic education goals. Ironically, those same political opponents are currently drafting Ohio legislation to essentially ensure that all public school districts in Ohio allow a private, unregulated religious organization to teach religion to students during school hours. And last week, I learned that this same organization, called LifeWise Academy, has already targeted Monclova Primary School, and the board may consider modifying the district's existing 2016 policy to facilitate this. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, I was born and raised in a devoutly Catholic family and attended private Catholic school in Bombay, India. Even at our Jesuit-run Catholic school, the focus was always on education and not religion. Besides, the vast majority of my fellow classmates were not even Christian. Consequently, most of what I learned about faith was from my parents and our religious practices outside of school. Sadly, I also watched as politicians targeted religious minorities, including Christians, leading to widespread fear and violence. Since coming to the US, I learned about the US Constitution and why the fundamental guarantee of freedom of and from religion was enshrined in the free exercise and establishment clauses of the very First Amendment. In public schools, this was first codified by the US Supreme Court's decision in Engel v. Vitale in 1962 and the Abington School District v. Schempp in 1963. I also learned that there has been a political movement to reintroduce religion into public schools, even though the rights of students to pray and form their own religious groups has always been protected. This movement has blamed the lack of official prayer and religion in schools for an ever-evolving list of perceived social and cultural ills that often confuse coincidence with correlation and correlation with causality. I strongly believe that faith is a deeply personal experience, and any religious instruction or practice for minors should come from their parents and family based on their own faith beliefs and practices, not from a school or a state-directed curriculum. As a result, when my daughter was born, my wife and I decided that we wanted her to attend public schools, and I've previously explained why we chose the Anthony Wayne School District. Since the Anthony Wayne Board is considering allowing religious education, I hope you will seriously weigh the consequences, both intended and unintended, as you answer the following important questions. Number one, given that no faith is a monolith, who will decide if LifeWise Academy's religious curriculum is truly representative of the faith, or will the Catholic Diocese of Toledo also be permitted to teach their version of Christianity? Will the district's minority Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, etc. students have the opportunity to learn about their faiths as well? Number 3, how will the school manage the logistics and ancillary expenses involved, especially given our current financial situation? Number 4, will the district require all outside individuals with access to our students to undergo district-financed fingerprinting and background checks? Will there be any credentialing or educational standards required for off-campus teachers? Will the school's liability insurance and lawyers cover off-site education, venues, and personnel, or will these outside groups have to provide their own insurance? Number 6, the district's motto encourages students to be respectful, be responsible, be safe, and be involved. The portrait of a general calls for empathy, to demonstrate awareness, sensitivity, concern, fairness, and respect, to connect with others' perspectives, feelings, opinions, experiences, and cultures. Will either of these have to be modified to incorporate the outside group's religious teachings and proscriptions? Number 7, since off-site religion classes may cut into academic instructional time, will teachers have to conduct makeup classes, or will students and parents be responsible for missed schoolwork? 8, finally, before any final decision is made, will the board commit to seeking input from parents and other stakeholders through a district-wide survey? I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And for our final, and I apologize if I butcher your name as well, Bill Tucholsky? Tucholsky. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Nice try. Yeah, well, just for those who do not know me, I attended parochial schools through high school, and I taught for 35 years in public schools. In 2016, our board adopted a policy that allows a parent to request their child's dismissal from school during the school day for religious instruction. Presently, House Bill 445 has been introduced, and it contains language that fails to set parameters to protect the safety and well-being of our students during the school day. It does nothing to prevent parents and students from being drawn into religious release programs with obvious or hidden political agendas. It does nothing to protect students while they're in someone else's care, requiring background checks and licensures. Public schools, on the other hand, require any volunteer in their building to pay for BCI and FBI checks. Can any person start a small religious release program? We saw the fiasco created when the state permitted pop-up charters to divert parents and students to inferior programs with less qualified teaching staff. In many instances, those students and parents realized they had a better situation at the public school and came back after being disrupted in their educational pursuits. Ohio law says the child's school isn't liable for injury arising during transportation to or from a release program, but who is liable? Are we doing anything to make sure students are protected? We have to have buses maintained, inspected, drivers. What will be the qualifications of these people transporting our students? Do religious release programs like we have EpiPens on site, a defibrillator? Who ensures religious release program leaders don't give out treats containing nuts and allergens? Do they have all the records? What's to prevent an accident from happening on our watch during our school day? What is the policy if a student gets sick while attending religious release program or roads become unsafe for travel? What do? Do they stay there? Do they come here? Who communicates this? Are they going to miss classes now back at school because they can't get back? Are they going to miss core curriculum? How are we to schedule fire, tornado, lockdown drills? Do we have to work around all the releases and find a time in our schedule when we can do this when all our students are in the building? What if we actually have a fire, or tornado, or lockdown? Students are coming back into the building in the midst of this. What risk are we subjecting them to under these circumstances? Okay, talk faster. Will students be required to attend a religious release program if parents sign a release? but they don't want to go that day because they really want to be involved in that art or music activity. Who's going to strong arm, or we have to strong arm the child to leave the building because their parents requested it? Just think of the tensions created in a situation like this. Will religious release programs have limitless authority to focus on politically motivated content that is harmful to students by supporting or opposing certain political candidates or controversial political issues? If this legislation passes, will school districts be permitted to require religious release programs to only a certain religion? Or can they nix a religion, like no Muslim religious release programs in our district? The state is proposing that the school districts have the liberty to choose. But this is what could happen in certain districts, maybe even our own. What happens if a church of Wicca or neo-paganism or satanic temple says, we're a religion, and as a parent, I want my students to have time during your public school day to be subjected to this type of indoctrination, if you will. Okay, 35 seconds. Let me see what So current law states students cannot leave school during core curriculum class, but does not define core curriculum. Could students miss library time, gym, music, art, reading? So I'll just conclude by saying, as the board considers our current policy or amending it, please do not make changes that will put our students' safety at risk and that would disrupt the teaching learning process that we've worked so hard to maintain. That's it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. That was a whole fire alarm.
I want to say real quick, thank you everyone for the public comments. Also, make sure everyone's aware that we do have a board email address that it would be a more appropriate place to have some give and take. If you guys want to do that, or if anyone listening online or any teachers or anyone wants to get a hold of us, we're looking forward to that.
Yes, I'll echo that. Thank you guys very much for speaking today. With that, we have an executive session scheduled for discussing employment of personnel. With that, I would need a motion to approve for entering executive session.
I so move.
Shelley moves, and do I have a second?
I'll second.
Either one. Either Jeff or Lindsay.
I second.
Perfect, Jeff second. And Carrie, when you're ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hapkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stamm?
Yes.
All right. There will be board action after this. You are more than welcome to stay. But if not, you guys have other things to do by all means.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. I need a motion to return from executive session. I will move. Mike moves, do I have a second?
I'll second.
And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden? Mrs. Hapkemeyer? Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stam?
Yes.
All right, we'll move to item 9, sorry, of the Board of Education. Item A, the contract addendum for the treasurer. Do I have a motion to approve the new contract addendum?
We're doing this on A and B. I just noticed there's only one vote.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
And then item
Sorry, I
B
didn't know.
for the interim superintendent, which would be Kevin, and the new addendum for his contract. So we'll do that all in one motion. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Lindsay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Do you have a second? And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
Just a
Oh, sorry.
quick discussion, I guess, just to explain for whoever's watching yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just so we know, in executive session this time, we can just say that the purpose of that was to review the treasurer for the annual evaluation that
Yep.
we do every year. Typically, we do the superintendent and the treasurer. This year was just the treasurer. And then we also discussed the contract for
The interim
the interim
superintendent.
superintendent. So we all came in agreement, and that's what the purpose of that was for the employment, which is what we're voting on now, what was discussed in that meeting. So,
Thank you, Jeff. And Carrie, when you are ready.
Mr. Baden?
yes.
Mrs. Hapkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stam?
Yes.
All right. And with that,
Congratulations, Mr. Herman.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Couldn't be happier for you. All right. And finally, item number 10, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Shelley, do I have a second?
I will second.
Lindsay seconds. I was going to call you anyway. Carrie, when you're ready.
Mr. Baden?
Yes.
Mrs. Hapkemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Stam?
Yes.
Thank you.
Out at 11:43.